All right. Good morning, everyone. On this chilly day in Myrtle Beach, but the sun is still shining, and it's a new year, so Happy New Year. We thank you all for being here for our workshop this morning. Workshop is an opportunity for council to receive presentations and to discuss any upcoming agenda items that we may be voting on. And today we actually, even though we don't have a very long agenda, we do have 6 executive session items. So we may be here for a while, but you will not have to be. So Jimmy, don't make the face. You don't have to stay the whole time.
Thank you, Jimmy.
But we do welcome you. We're happy you're here. We would ask you to please silence your cell phones. And first on our agenda this morning, we do have the Myrtle Beach Area Chamber of Commerce team here to give their quarterly update, but also for a very special announcement. And Tracy, I would ask if you would come forward and bring anyone you wish, and let's get started.
Well, thank you, Mayor, City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to showcase how your Chamber of Commerce is working to improve the lives of local residents and local business owners. And before our third quarter financial report and 2025 marketing plan, I would like to ask Farron Rajput to please come up. There's some very exciting news in and around the Myrtle Beach Classic. Beginning this year in 2025, our tournament will be known as the One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic. And Farron is CEO and founder of One Flight. And I would like to ask Farron to say a few words.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is an honor for One Flight to be a title sponsor of an event that I've wanted to be part of for many, many years. Just a great passion for PGA and the golf. And we've been part of the golf community with PGA with several other events, but actually having a title it's a big honor for us, especially if it's Myrtle Beach. We fly a lot of people in and out of Myrtle Beach, and this is my first time here, and I've heard so many good things about it, but it feels like with the number of golf courses here, why doesn't the PGA have something here? And I think it's about time. And for us to be the title on it, it's beyond what I would have expected. And when we got the invitation to do so, I think it only took us literally 10 minutes to make our decision. So very glad to be here and hope to support your community. And as we had dinner last night, Mayor, we shared a few thoughts, and my thoughts are always big, and I'm hoping that we can make a big deal out of Myrtle Beach. Thank you very much.
Well, we thank you. We appreciate your investment in this tournament. It is a premier tournament for our area. It helps elevate everything that Myrtle Beach is and fits right in with the city's goals. So we thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you for
too.
being here this morning.
Yes, sir.
This is a big news.
So Farron and I have got to know each other over the past few weeks. We've been working on this for throughout the fall, I should say. But Farron and One Flight are going to truly be partners, not just for the tournament, but for our community. And we are thrilled to have him as a new partner and a new friend. And so with that, we will begin our presentation. We're going to share how your Chamber of Commerce continues to be good stewards of the funds that the city invests in tourism promotion, as well as showcase how the plan is to invest the money for 2025. Our first presenter, Randy McKeel, Chief Financial Officer. Following Randy will be Jimmy Gray, our Chief Advocacy Officer, and the third presenter, Stuart Butler, Chief Marketing Officer. So please ask any questions during the presentation.
Good morning.
So we'll start off first. The first slide I have is the Longwoods International ROI for the destination return on investment. For every $1 invested in advertising with Visit Myrtle Beach, we see a return of $143 in direct visitor spending and $20 in local tax revenue for a total ROI of $163 for every dollar invested in marketing campaigns. We always feel like that's very important to keep stressing. Looking at July through September ATAX investment, year Q1, we spent $618,280 total to reach visitors more than 50 miles away. And it's broken down up here on the slide. Air service was 1.8%. Creative and content development and research was 4.9% combined. Destination publicity was 1.6%. Digital and social search are the biggest investments at 38.2%, along with TV and outdoor and print at 18.1%. Traditional advertising makes up 56.3% of the total spend. General consumer promotions are 20.2%. And this includes activations and trip promotions, visitor center and call center services, visitor guide distribution, as well as other things. And then finally, group, golf, and international, the three specialty markets equaled 15.3%. Do you guys have any questions about ATAX investment?
What are the three international specialty markets?
Well, the three specialty markets are international group sales and also golf. Make up those three specialty markets.
Okay, could you go into more about your international promotions?
So that's...
Where are you doing those promotions?
Canada mainly.
Yeah, primarily Canada. The majority of international travelers are coming from Canada, but we're seeing with events like the Myrtle Beach Classic and even CCMF that we're getting more folks from different countries. But the three areas we deliberately target are Canada primarily, the UK, and then Germany. Those seem to be the three that we're seeing some resonance in.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to TDF investment. Looking at July through September, year Q1, we spent $12,503,045 total to reach visitors out of state. And we'll go through the breakdown again. Air service was 3%. Those are the nonstop flight markets. Creative and content development and research combined was 18.9%. Destination publicity was 2.1%. Digital and social search was the biggest investment at 24.5%, and along with TV and outdoor print at 19.3%, traditional advertising makes up 43.8% of the total spend. General consumer promotions came in at 15.6%. Again, those are activations and events and trip promotions. And then the three specialty markets, again, golf, group sales, and international equaled 16.6%. Any questions about TDF investment? Okay, we just talked about how we are good stewards of and invest your funds in tourism efforts. And now the man who needs no introduction, Jimmy Gray, our Chief Advocacy Officer, who's been called out today already. We'll talk about our efforts in advocacy in the 2025 legislative priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Good morning, Mayor, Council, and staff. We wanted to just take a moment today with the legislative session starting next week to talk about what we view as some of the community's priorities heading into 2025. Before we get into what those priorities are, wanted to talk about how those priorities were established and the process by which we determined that these were some of the community needs. In previous times, the chamber would sit and develop its own list of legislative priorities. We've kind of revamped that approach and tried to make it more of a community effort. We've had critical meetings with city leadership, staff, and elected leaders. We've had meetings with county leadership, staff, and elected, as well as some critical meetings with our educational institutions. and residents as well. So what we're trying to do essentially is that when we go to Columbia, folks don't see the chamber, they don't see the city, they don't see the county, they see Myrtle Beach. They see the beach coming to Columbia. So the more we can speak with a unified voice, we think that's powerful. We know the city thinks that's powerful as well. We're stronger together, I think that unity is going to be an important word heading into 2025, and we're going to continue to collaborate on these issues. This is not the end, this list. This is certainly the beginning of this process. So with that said, let's dive into what has come out of those discussions as some of the priorities. I'm not going to highlight the entire list. I'll just pick out a couple you can see on your screen here. The number one that you see there at the top is actually one that wasn't included at all in our list last year, and that's access to natural gas. This is an issue that, frankly, we were, not necessarily as plugged in on as we needed to be in previous years, we being the chamber, but due to the listening that we've done the past couple of months, we've determined that this is a real critical commercial development, economic development issue for not only the beach, but for the entire county, for our entire region as well. So access to natural gas is both a regulatory issue as well as a judicial issue that we're monitoring closely. So hopefully we'll see some progress on that early here in 2025. Also wanted to highlight that we're going to follow the city's lead as it relates to securing funding for downtown redevelopment. That is something that the mayor and several members of council and staff have dedicated thousands of miles to in terms of those trips to Columbia. And I know that hundreds of hours as well towards securing some additional state and federal resources to improve and to build on the positive momentum with downtown redevelopment in the city. So we're going to follow your lead there and be there to support you wherever you need us. The third or fourth bullet point that you see there, after the successful passage of RIDE 4, we really have an opportunity to leverage the over $6 billion of local road money now that we have for additional state and federal resources. Horry County has stepped up to the plate and said that we're going to help pay our fair share to fix our roads. We think that now it's time for us to go to the state and the federal government and say that we've got more than our fair share of local match dollars. It's time for you folks to help us out and chip in to build some of these important regional projects. You'll see here on the next page, we talk a lot about our wonderful marketing initiatives that you're going to hear from Stuart shortly. But the number one reason why people are coming and visiting our community is still the beach. And we need to be good stewards of the beach and protect the beach. So we'll continue to follow the city's efforts as it relates to securing funding for deep water ocean outfalls, beach renourishment as well. Anything that we can do to protect our number one physical asset, we'll be there ready to work to secure those funds. Another item there too, when people come to Myrtle Beach, they don't just come for the beach, but they come for an amazing time and to spend a wonderful time with their family and to feel safe. And securing additional funds for public safety has been a priority and will remain a priority for the community. Every year, the Chamber goes to Columbia with the city to ensure the renewal of a proviso that dedicates 50% of the tourism ATAX funding that otherwise would be given to the Chamber for tourism promotion and redirects it back to the city of Myrtle Beach so that you guys can continue doing a wonderful job of making people feel safe when they visit here or decide to live and move their family to Myrtle Beach. So we're going to continue. That's a key priority for us, and we're going to continue to advocate for that. Just the last thing on this list that I mentioned before I hand it over to Mr. Butler is short-term rentals. We need to stay vigilant on this short-term rentals issue. There's continues to be legislation in Columbia making sure that we keep the balance between having a popular tourism community and supporting the residents that live here is critical. And we need to remind folks that want to redo some zoning restrictions that would open up short-term rentals into communities that currently are not allowed. We need to make our voice loud and clear in Columbia that we don't support that. So we're going to continue to push for that and to make sure that folks that are doing short-term rentals are paying their appropriate taxes as well. So any questions on this list before we move into a little bit of marketing discussion?
Jimmy, give us a little more detail on the natural gas issue and what are the plans? What is it going to cost to implement it? That type of thing.
Yeah, it's a wonderful question, Councilman McClure. So it's kind of twofold the way we look at this. There's both a legislative approach as well as a judicial approach. So we've been in meetings with Dominion Energy, and they've been very, very supportive and communicative about their efforts to expand natural gas to the city of Myrtle Beach, as well as North Myrtle Beach is struggling with this issue, maybe even more so than Myrtle Beach. But there's some litigation currently over a potential expanded pipeline that would helping improve access and improve capacity to get more natural gas to the coast. So we're following that closely, but there is some legislation as well that we're expecting the House and the Senate to take up early this session that would look at the way that the appeals process is handled for those types of natural gas projects and potentially speed up that process so that a case has to be heard quicker as opposed to maybe 3-4 years, putting an actual deadline on it saying that it needs to be held or need to be heard, I think, within 90 days is the number that they're looking at. So hopefully we'll see some action and movement on that in January, maybe even.
Great, great. Thank you.
Well, wonderful. You heard from Randy already about how we're spending that money. Let's hand it over to Stuart to talk about some of the results that we've gotten from the tourism development fee as well as the accommodations tax and look at some of the marketing plans heading into 2025.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Good morning, council members, Madam Mayor. Happy New Year to all of you. I've got 3 things to cover today. One is the Q3 update, as we're required to per our agreement. Next is the marketing plan for 2025. It's an abridged version. There's a 369-page version of this. If you're really a glutton for punishment, I'd be happy to sit down and walk you through it. We're going to do a very short version of that today. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're looking at in 2025 as well. So first up, we're looking at, is that the right slide? Okay. Sorry. Which one's the button? This one, right? Okay. So first up, the Q3 report. Now, we predicted that Q3 was going to be fairly robust. We were projecting about a 1% increase in occupancy. Now, unfortunately, our model does not take into account potential weather, and we were impacted pretty significantly. I'll show you in a second by both Debbie, not this Debbie, but Hurricane Debbie and Helene. Although Helene didn't hit us, it hit our markets pretty hard. So if we look at ATAX collections, I don't have the occupancy data on here because I think this tells a better story. We're actually down about 8% year over year from 2023 to 2024 for Q3. Now, what we did is we went back and looked at what does this really mean in context? You know, we know that a lot of places were struggling this year. We know that consumers don't have a lot of disposable income. That really hurt destinations like ourselves, but not just us. Everywhere, Florida was struggling. And so we were expecting some pretty significant headwinds coming into Q3. Despite that, we were fairly optimistic. But we went back and looked. So if you look at this chart, on the far right, you're going to see 2019 actual dollar numbers for ATAX collections. Next to that is adjusted for inflation. Then you got 2023 and 2024. So although we did trail 2023 a little bit, and again, I'll talk about why that was in a second because of the hurricanes, we're actually still outperforming 2019, which is considered the normal data that we look at more than previous year because we're still recovering from COVID. That was the expectation. If I look at TDF, similar story, although it wasn't down quite as much. So the folks that were coming were spending a little bit more than they were on accommodations. That was good news. But again, we're still up in Q3 fairly significantly in real dollar terms over 2019 as well. So let's look at why that is. So this is a chart that shows you where the hurricanes hit, you know, and you see this big dip in from Debbie, Hurricane Debbie. That hurt us bad. Now, it didn't hurt us as bad as they usually do. Usually we see about a 2 to 3 week hangover after a hurricane, but we've deployed new tactics now. We're more prepared when there is an event like this to activate deals through our investors, our members, to go out proactively to the media and try to get the message out that the coast is clear and the Myrtle Beach is open for business. What we've seen traditionally from the media leading up to a hurricane is there's 2 to 3 weeks of panic and doomsday predictions, and then after the hurricane, they go completely silent, and they don't do us the courtesy of telling everyone that we're open for business. So we have to do that. We have to go proactively and do that. We did a media mission immediately following Debbie this year, and that had a massive impact. We went to all of our drive markets, and we were on the news constantly telling people that we're open for business. That had a big impact. And then Helene was a slightly different story. what you see with Helene was a little bit of a hangover because our drive markets, especially in North Carolina, were impacted by Helene, and so people weren't focused on traveling, they were focused on protecting their investments at home. So that's primarily the reason that we saw a downturn in Q3. Any questions on that? So let's look at year-to-date. It's a slightly different story. We were really very optimistic through June. You know, last time I stood here, we looked at Q1 and Q2, and we were doing okay. Occupancy was up a little bit, although that wasn't distributed evenly. We've talked about this before, that occupancy for newer properties, especially flag properties, has been very robust this year. But some of our aging properties and some of our independent properties have struggled a little bit more, and we continue to see that trend. Short-term rentals have actually done fairly well this year as well. So people staying in beach homes, they're continuing to be very strong as well. We're down about 2% from an ATAX perspective. Again, if we look at 2019, which is our real comparison, we're up over 12% in real-term dollars. If I look at TDF, similar story, down about 2%, but we're up over 13% in TDF collections. So folks, again, are spending more. Part of that's inflationary, but part of that is consumer behavior as well. So if I summarize the year, you know, we had a lot of successes. We were optimistic coming into this year. We did have a lot of headwinds against us, primarily economy-driven, some of it product-driven, but primarily economy. But we did have a lot of successes. I think Randy already touched on one I'm very proud of, which is the continued ROI. We're second in the nation in terms of return on investment for the advertising dollars that you entrust us with. We've also had some other big wins as well. Traveling the Spectrum was launched just last month, and that's had phenomenal impact on the perception of Myrtle Beach. We launched the Myrtle Beach Classic, now the One Flight Myrtle Beach Classic, which we're super excited about. And we're going to continue to focus on big-scale projects like that. But I think the things I'm most proud of is we can only do so much to attract people and put ourselves in front of our potential audience. Both TripAdvisor and Google Flights independently verified this year that Myrtle Beach is the #1 most desired travel destination for beachgoers. That means that if you look at TripAdvisor data for June, July, and August this year, more people wanted to come to Myrtle Beach than any other beach in the nation. And that's something that we should all be very, very, very proud of. Any questions on the recap of 2024 before I jump into 2025?
I have a quick question,
Yeah.
Stuart. Both in this presentation and in your last presentation, you did talk about the economy traveler that is declining.
Yes.
In your plans, in your vision for 2025,
Yep.
are you going to continue focusing your marketing dollars and your efforts to continue on that trajectory to attract a higher-end clientele to the market, which is what we've seen to be very, very successful and fits in with what the investments that the city is making?
Yes. And it's as if you've read my mind, Madam Mayor. We're going to tackle that.
I
right
do
now.
read minds, by the way.
All right, so let's look at our objectives for the upcoming year and beyond. So this is our long-term objective. It's one you've parroted a lot. It's one that the whole community is aligned behind, right? It's elevation of the brand. And that means two things to us. It means raising the profile and the perception of Myrtle Beach. We believe that we're a better product than we are perceived. We hear negative monikers about the destination all the time, and it's just not true anymore. So elevating the perception in the zeitgeist is something we focus on, but also elevating the value of the visit, right? And that's not necessarily a demographic thing. It's not the visitor per se. It's not demographics. It's behaviors. So we want people to book earlier, stay longer, spend more while they're here, and then come more in the off-season as well, return more frequently in the off-season. That's why things like group sales is so important to us. So our long-term objective, to your point, is absolutely to continue to drive high-value visits to Myrtle Beach and to elevate the brand. That has to be all of our objective, and I think it is. Our midterm objective is about performance. Now, we have the #2 performance from any destination marketing organization in the country, which is pretty good, but we're not going to rest on our laurels. I'm not someone satisfied with second place, and so we want to be #1. And so our midterm objective is performance enhancement through marginal gains. It's a concept that we didn't invent, but it's been very effective across all sorts of business discipline and industries. So we're going to be focused on marginal gains. I'm going to talk about that in a little more detail in a second. But then our short term is, we have to put food on the table for our businesses. So we do have to think about this aging product. We do have to think about how do we encourage them to update the product, but also how do we put heads in beds at the right time, at the right price, as well. So we have some specific tactics I'll be happy to talk more in detail about with you, how we're going to do that, and this part of that is looking at drive markets closer in, last minute travel. Part of that is looking at how we're messaging to people. Part of that is collaborating with our stakeholders, our member investors here to make sure that they're putting their best foot forward too. And part of that is making that product available in a more effective, efficient way to the consumer that's looking to travel. There's a lot of folks that are shopping, kicking the tires. If they would had a little more encouragement or a little less friction, they would come. They're just choosing not to because they run into barriers. So we're really very keenly observing that and trying to figure out how to deal with it. So those are our sort of three key objectives: a long-term, a mid-term, and a short-term. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
How we're going to do that, the strategic priorities, we already talked about two of these. So the first two, the elevating the brand and focusing on performance. But the next three are very important to us. So partnerships are integral. Jimmy already talked about the importance of partnerships related to community, shared values, and community priorities. And we're going to double down on that with the community. And I'll talk about a couple of initiatives in a second that we're going to be working collaboratively with the community, with our stakeholders, our members, but also with other partners outside in terms of content creators, production companies, things like that as well. The fourth one is technology. We've all heard the buzzwords AI, AI, AI. This is the year that we're really going to take the investment we've made in artificial intelligence in 2024 and bring it to reality. We've got some specific initiatives, not just our predictive modeling, but also performance management with technology that's going to blow your minds. I'll be happy to share more details with you individually or at our next meeting. But we literally are going to be able to optimize all of our campaigns in real time using AI now. And it's just going to make every dollar stretch a little further and be a little more effective for our community. And then the final one is engagement with the visitors. Visitor behavior has changed so much, it continues to change. Technology shifts, media consumption shifts are at an all-time high. And so we've got to do a better job talking to our consumer, understanding their motivations, their behaviors, their roadblocks, things like that. So engaging our visitors. And also because people are distrusting of advertising, we've got to figure out better ways to leverage our visitors to tell our story as well. Instead of me telling someone, come to Myrtle Beach because it's the greatest place on earth, having a visitor tell a visitor from Ohio telling their neighbor that this is the greatest place on earth is way more effective. So how do we do that? So those are our strategic priorities. Data is very important to me. You guys all know I'm a nerd. Socially awkward nerd, I would describe myself as. These are our 4 pillars of data that we're going to be really focused on this year. The first one is precision. We're using AI, we're using a lot of other technologies to make sure we're talking to the right person at the right time with the right message on the right platform. This is going to enable us to do some things that we haven't been able to do before, and no one has been able to do before. I'll talk about that again in a second. The next one is performance. We already talked about that. How do we continue to keep a scorecard that shows that we're doing better tomorrow than we were today? The third one is personalization. How do we make sure that we're not blanketing a same message to all people? How do we make sure that we're understanding individuals and giving them an experience? Within the next couple of months, when a visitor comes to our website, they'll be able to identify a few characteristics about their trip, and the whole website experience will change based on their specific needs. So if you're traveling as a couple or traveling as a family or traveling as a golfer, you're going to see a very different experience. So personalizing that is going to encourage more people to make a reservation and come and ultimately spend more money. We believe through personalization, we're going to be able to do things like get people to spend one more night. Because if I know when you're coming and know what you're doing, then I'm going to be able to say, hey, have you considered this as well? If you stay one more night, you can also do this extra thing. They've already spent the majority of their budget on the mainstay, so spending another day is going to be what they call the second wallet. And we're going to be looking at how do we exploit the second wallet. And then fourth, is the predictive model. We're going to be expanding our prediction. We really nailed the prediction of occupancy with the exception of major weather events. We've been 100% accurate for 2 straight years on the boundaries of occupancy, with the exception of hurricanes. So we're very confident in that. We're going to expand that to tax prediction. So we're going to be able to know 6 to 12 months out what the ATAX and what the TDF collections are likely going to be. But we also want to do that for visitation as well. We want to be able to inform the public safety officers how many people are going to be in town, things like that. I think that's going to be important for us. So prediction is going to be the 4th pillar. So I mentioned earlier, one of the things we want to do on precision and performance, actually that's the next slide. These are some of the upcoming initiatives. I talked about community collaboration. If we look at the first one, history and heritage, this council had the vision several years ago to preserve and invest in Charlie's Place. That was a very important story to this community as part of our history and heritage that was almost lost. You know, without the courage of this body, we wouldn't have that story. The folks that remember Charlie's Place are all in their 80s now. And so there's a lot of stories. There's a lot of Charlie's Places in this community that we're at risk of losing. And so this is not a chamber initiative. This is a community initiative. We're working with MBDA. We're working with Coastal Carolina, Horry County Museum, to bring together everyone that has a vested interest in preserving our culture and our heritage, in telling the story of our culture of heritage and understanding what that means for us today. So that's going to be a big initiative for us. Film is another thing. We've seen production show really keen interest in here, and we've seen the success production can have on other communities. Outer Banks is a great example. Yellowstone is another great example. So how do we attract the right type of production to our market? We're working, again, collaboratively with folks like CCU to bring that to fruition in 2025. And then accessibility is another thing that's near and dear to my heart. As you guys know, I'm visually impaired, but we've done a lot of work around sensory-friendly travel, culminating in a children's book and Traveling the Spectrum this past year. But we're going to be doubling down on accessibility. The beach is for everybody. We really mean that. We want everybody to enjoy the beach, and that means regardless of your ability or disability, we want you to be able to do it. So we're going to be working collaboratively with organizations in the community to bring better resources to our community and to promote those resources to the folks that need them as well.
Could I ask you a quick question?
Of course.
There?
Yes.
I've been saying for years that I think we should be attracting the film industry here.
Yeah.
And I don't know this answer, so I'm asking you, does the state have any incentives to attract the film industry here?
They do. There's about a pot of $15 million a year. It pales in comparison to Georgia and North Carolina. I think that's something we should look at as a community, and do we want to go and lobby for more incentives at the state level? We also, I believe, should look at, is it time to evaluate a film commission here in Myrtle Beach? There are individual municipalities that have their own incentives. So I think that's something I would relish an opportunity to talk to you and the city team about, because now is the time. There's a lot of interest here. We have a lot of resources. You know, we've done a lot of production over the last couple of years, and we're increasingly finding talented folks here, whether that's camera operators, makeup artists, catering, but we still rely on Wilmington and Charleston, and even Columbia and Greenville to bring people in when we're doing shoots. And so we want to encourage more people to invest, relocate here, and to be here in production. But we have some of the most beautiful locales in the world, and we have diversity of locales. If we put together a packet of all that information, I think we can attract some real production here. So I think 2025 is where we lay the foundation and the building blocks for that. We have a plan to do that, and then I think beyond 2025, we should see real impact. But it may take some additional incentives beyond what the state currently offers. There's a lot of hoops to jump through to get those incentives right now. There's a lot of friction.
And then just one more question. With the, we talk about elevating and promoting a high-value experience here, and we have a lot of money to market this destination with. Any discussion about using celebrity endorsements or key influencers in the marketing?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a tactic that we've employed in the past and will continue to employ. I'll talk about a specific project in a second, but we're doing a few this year. You know, the Gronkowski brothers have been phenomenally successful at reaching a younger demographic and getting interested in Myrtle Beach. We worked with Vanna White in the past, and we're going to talk about that in a second, that's done well. We're also working with a major media platform called Matador, one of the largest leisure travel content creators in the world. And we're going to bring in what we're calling a creator house in 2025. And don't think like MTV, kind of style. This is going to be artists and creators that are doing music and art and cultural stuff, and we're going to bring them here in Myrtle Beach. They're going to bring them here in Myrtle Beach, and they're going to spend a month in Myrtle Beach just immersed in our culture and creating art and interesting content. So that it is something we really focused on. Last year, we brought in a YouTube content creator called River, Wilder, and Archer. They're a family. They don't focus on travel. We're not really big on travel influencers because a lot of those folks will come to Myrtle Beach one day and then they'll go to a competitor the next and then another competitor the next. And that's not really moving the needle. So we want people that have an audience, that are creating great content. We want to invite them to come and create great content here in Myrtle Beach. Myrtle Beach was actually named in the top 10 list of places that content creators could live in the country by a company that focuses on where you should rent your housing in the country. I think we were 7th or 8th on that list. So this is a great place to live for content creators, and we're going to encourage that. We're also going to bring them in to create content here. We saw the success of the Q with the Myrtle Beach Classic last year. That actually won an award. We're the first inaugural PGA Tour event to ever win one of the main PGA Tour awards, and we won it for Best Element, which was for the Q, the qualifying tournament, where we brought the YouTubers in, and they showcased Myrtle Beach in a brand new light and introduced us to new audiences. So yes, Madam Mayor, I think that is a phenomenal idea, and it's something that we're focused on. In terms of markets, we promote everywhere. We're not just in these markets, but we heavy up in certain markets. Obviously, we don't have infinite budget. We wish we did, but the budget only goes so far. And so when we look at things like TV, either traditional linear TV or connected TV and streaming services, we can only be in certain markets. So we have an algorithm. We look at about 100 data points. We look at everything from the cost of media in a market to the population spend, how many of them come to our market. There's a tons of metrics we look at. And we rank order all of the places and say, how are we performing? And then every year we shift budget. So here's a couple of the ones we're shifting up and down and some that we're testing. The Florida markets have underperformed for us this year, primarily because they're going into Florida more. But we are seeing opportunities further out west, so we're going to be testing places like Detroit, Detroit. We're going to, in Dallas, we're also going to be increasing in places like Chicago as well this year. Any questions on the markets? There are more markets than this because we also promote in our core flight markets, which they're not all listed on here as well. So I alluded to this a little bit earlier, but one of the things that the technology we've deployed is going to allow us to do, traditionally, when we ran an ad campaign, we were running one ad campaign at a time because we didn't know who we were really talking to. It was sort of a spray and pray mentality. That's how marketing used to be. Now, because we're able to identify who the person is, what their interests are, and where they are in the buying cycle, we can start to target people with specific messages. So whereas in the past we would run a spring campaign, then stop the spring campaign, and then roll up a summer campaign, and then a fall, and then a holiday, and then a winter, now we can overlay these campaigns and talk to the right person at the right time based on whether they're likely to book, what their propensity is to book now versus later on. And so this is going to allow us to be a lot more efficient and effective because we're going to be able to say the right message at the right time to the right person. Culinary is going to be a massive deal for us again this year. We've made great strides with this. People are paying attention to Myrtle Beach. Folks like the Local Palette had an event here last year. We're hoping to bring back another event in 2025. We're also in talks with James Beard Foundation about bringing some of their judges in to Myrtle Beach and maybe even an event with James Beard Foundation. We believe culinary is one of the keys to unlocking the elevation problem. So we're going to continue to focus on our culinary experience. We have a phenomenal roster of chefs in our area now. We want to continue to attract them, retain them, and we want to have them see their success recognized on a national scale. Sports partnerships is still phenomenally successful for us. You guys have all seen us on TV just about every day. We love these, the college partnerships we have. They're priced probably under market value because they don't take into account what's going to be shown on TV. They're just priced on what's in the stadium. And so not only are we being visible to 80,000 people, but we're also visible to people on TV. I will say with the sports marketing, I get more texts and communications from people that see our advertising on sports, both collegiate football and basketball, than I do any other campaign that we do. It's very highly visible. We love it. We're going to continue it this year. Back to the conversation about using staff power to promote Myrtle Beach. Obviously, Vanna is a North Myrtle Beach local, an Horry County local. She's been committed to the Myrtle Beach area and promoting the Myrtle Beach area. She came in for the Myrtle Beach Classic, participated in that last year. We developed that relationship, and I'm proud to tell you that we're going to have Beach Week on Wheel of Fortune this year. And it's going to be it's going to coincide with the Myrtle Beach Classic. So beginning of May 2025 is going to be Beach Week on Wheel of Fortune. Vanna and Ryan Seacrest already came in and shot some amazing footage earlier in 2024. So that's going to be airing in 2025. We're very excited about expanding that relationship. In terms of budget, we try to keep about 80% of the budget on paid advertising and promotions, about 10% on content development, and about 10% on public relations, earned media. There's a couple of percentage wiggle points there because of technology and things like that and creative, but this is how it breaks down. So the three of the buckets here are really paid media. So you've got the paid media, you've got the sports, and then the one on the bottom there is also, the consumer stuff is also paid media. So we try to make sure every dollar invested is as effective as possible. This is our overall budget, how we break it down. This is similar to what Randy showed earlier, but this is our projection for how we're going to deploy ATAC's budget for 2025. There's no major shifts there. It's going to be steady as she goes compared to 2024. And then this is the breakdown of TDF. And as you guys know, I know Mary today gave you our Q3 report. Each one of these line items is broken down. You guys get a packet which includes literally every invoice that goes into every one of these line items as well. So it'd be remiss of me not to chat a little bit about 2025, what we're looking at. We still got some headwinds, and there's some major unknowns in 2025. We are cautiously optimistic. We are projecting about a 1.5% increase in occupancy over 2024. What you'll see, though, is because of the shift in Easter's going from very end of March, I think it was March, 30th, 31st this year, is shifting to April 20th, almost 3 weeks later this year. That has a massive impact on behavior of when people come. But what it historically means is we have a very robust summer when it's a late Easter. So what we're projecting is Q1 is going to be soft. We're going to be a couple of occupancy points below. But then the summer months, which is where our ADR, the average daily rate, is at its highest, are going to be very robust in 2025. So again, we're cautiously optimistic. We're looking at a lot of factors to do this projection, including gas prices, consumer confidence, interest rates, inflation. What we don't know yet is the impact that tariffs are going to have. If the new administration comes in and does get really aggressive with tariffs, that could drive up costs of goods, and that could impact disposable income. We don't know yet. We're sort of waiting and seeing. But as soon as we get indicators of what that impact is going to be, we'll adjust the model and we'll share that with you guys. So this is a pretty solid model. Like I said, we're confident in it as we stand. We share this with law enforcement and with other folks that need to know what we're likely to see in terms of folks in town. But if you have any additional information, all of this, or if you need any additional information, all of this is available on our website, MyrtleBeachAreaCVB.com. We publish annual reports, all of the accountability reports on that website as well. So, do you have any questions for me? Happy to answer them.
I've got one, going back to your accessibility audit,
Yeah.
and then talking about your Spectrum campaign.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I want to congratulate you on that campaign.
Thank you.
I have family members that are on the Spectrum, and when I told them about this, they literally were floored. It never occurred to them that a destination like Myrtle Beach would be that progressive and think that far ahead. So I want to congratulate you on it. One thing they did ask me, and I could not answer this question, is there any printed material or material online that they could access about this?
There is, yeah. You can, there's a whole sensory-friendly section on our website that can be printed, but it has phenomenal resources. So firstly, thank you for the compliment. Secondly, I would say, we're just the messenger. This is a community project. Folks like Becky Lodge at Champion Autism Network and the folks at SOS Care have been doing this work for almost a decade, and they are the ones that really deserve the credit. They're the folks that have created an environment that is welcoming to people, that accommodates people, and reduces the stress and anxiety of travel. So it's really, we're standing on the shoulders of giants in those types of organization. What we're doing is telling the world what a great place Myrtle Beach is through these projects. And I think anyone that's seen Traveling the Spectrum, hopefully you will have available now on Peacock, shameless plug. It's the most honest version of Myrtle Beach I've ever seen. If you see the people that are on there that interact with these families that have real challenges, it showcases the love and the warmth that this community offers everyone that comes here. And that's what makes this place really, really special. So there's what I would advise your family to do, or anyone looking to travel to Myrtle Beach. If you go to visitmyrtlebeach.com, Sensory Friendly is on the homepage, but you can also search there for Sensory Friendly. Or if you just go to Google and type Myrtle Beach Sensory Friendly, you'll find a whole bunch of resources there.
Well, we have sent them to them, but I think what was said to me, and I'm not sure, if this is a good idea or not, but for consideration, is that if there was some small printed pamphlet that was available, you talked about how important it is, rather than for you or me to tell people how great Myrtle Beach is,
Right.
how impactful it is when one of our visitors goes back home and tells 5 or 6 of their friends.
Yeah.
I can pretty much guarantee you that of all the millions of visitors that come to Myrtle Beach, there's a pretty high percentage of them that know somebody who has a family member that's on the spectrum. And that's the type of thing they could take back to the community. Just something I would ask that you take a look at. I'm not sure if it's a great idea or not, but
I think it's a great idea. We'll take it under advisement. We're working collaboratively with a lot of national organizations, from Culture City to Autism Speaks, in discussing ways we can provide better resources for them and their constituents to educate them, and it's a real problem. 1 in 33 folks are now diagnosed with on the autism spectrum. And so it's a real problem. Like you said, it impacts a lot of people. 87% of those families that have a kiddo on the spectrum don't take vacations together. And
That's right.
That's heartbreaking. And I think Myrtle Beach is uniquely positioned to address that problem. So thank you for your encouragement.
thank you.
Stuart, I want to add to that for Mr. McClure and others. A lot of people don't realize that Champion Autism Network also will go into a business and train their employees on how to handle certain situations, and their website is also a great resource.
It really is. Yeah, anyone that's watching, listening, that has a business, I would encourage you to reach out to Champion Autism Network. They do a phenomenal job. We have over 100 local businesses, from attractions, restaurants, and accommodations, that have gone through that training. It makes a real difference. Just knowing how to greet people where they are, knowing how to accommodate their specific needs and challenges. That's what Champion Autism Network and Becky do. So I would encourage folks to reach out. I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So I will wrap it up by saying thank you. Thank you for giving us a few minutes this morning. Our mission as an organization is to promote, protect, and improve this community, and I hope that's shown through in the presentation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all. And again, thank you to One Flight for your belief in our PGA tournament and for your support. And where's Patrick? Is he still here? He just left? Okay. But thank you all for being here this morning. Okay, we will now welcome Jason Green to give us the Myrtle Beach Downtown Alliance quarterly update.
Look out, Jason, you came up here and they're leaving.
We have somebody in the audience. Well, good morning, Mayor Bethune, members of council. Thank you again for allowing me to speak today to talk about our quarterly update and some of the plans we have for the upcoming calendar year and upcoming fiscal year. So we've talked frequently about the downtown end state and what we're aspiring to achieve here collectively for the downtown of Myrtle Beach, this very walkable, bikeable, friendly residential enclave that we're working to achieve here. And really in the process of doing that, creating this very vibrant community that we can all be very proud of to call the front porch of the Grand Strand and the beach as we continue to move along. And this is a great representation, at least from a visual perspective, of kind of what the future of downtown may look like as we continue this work. But I thought it would be appropriate to kind of cover what our organizational roles are first and kind of just go over that a little bit, just to kind of as a recap. Our MOU with the city states that we're to provide clean and safe services. The Gold Cap ambassadors are really the major arm that we do that. And Stuart mentioned the Champion Autism Network, and Becky Large has provided training to the Gold Caps at the Gold Caps request to really help and continue to enhance that particular experience that we have in Myrtle Beach and specifically in downtown. We're organizing events and programming. One of the bigger things around that we've been doing is creating a constant and a collective calendar of all the events that occur in downtown. I think we're well over 200 events of days that actually occur in downtown, some of which are 2 and 3 and 4 events in a single day, which is vastly larger than most other downtowns that are going through revitalization in terms of the number of events. So we're well ahead in terms of the number of events that actually occur. The real goal here is to elevate those experiences and continue to elevate those experiences as we go along. And then the last part of that is creating these compelling narratives that broaden public and political support as we go. And I'll cover that in a little bit more detail. One of the roles that we felt in when we developed our strategic plan last summer a year ago, is to really make sure that we're articulating and selling the vision in line with the city's vision of downtown as well. So as we speak and Devon Parks with the city speaks, we're very much in line in terms of the narrative of what we're talking about in terms of downtown and the future of downtown should look like. And then being the keepers of best practices, we do a ton of research behind the scenes to make sure we're understanding like what's appropriate, what should we be doing as a community to drive the redevelopment efforts in downtown. And this little diagram here shows kind of how that's a little bit of a triangle focused with the end state and the downtown, but a lot of what we do with planning and advocacy and the events and the marketing that we're doing for downtown, the clean and safe initiatives and the public speaking, sorry.
Raise your mic.
Sorry. Is that better?
I didn't say break it.
Sorry. Put that back on there. Is that better? And really focusing on the engagement with the community. One of the things I've learned in the public engagement that I've done so far is if you would have asked me 18 months ago what the narrative was like from the feedback I had from a lot of the public engagement was like, I'm never setting foot in downtown again. And that's literally changed to, I'm very curious about what's happening. Can you tell me more? Which I think is an interesting kind of shift in dynamic in terms of engaging with the community and listening to our neighbors and our social circles and what they're telling us about what they're seeing and what they like about what's happening in downtown. So it's been really exciting to kind of see that transformation in the community narrative overall, at least that I've noticed in the engagement that I've had. As far as our operational tasks, one of the big things kind of just to solidify around one thing is that the main goal is to increase vibrancy in downtown. And the way that we do that is we have to create a reason for folks to come in downtown to rediscover what's really happening here, right? So all of the narrative outbound and all of the things that we're talking about kind of get people curious, and as they actually come into downtown, they say, oh, you're right, this is really turning out to be a really great place. 9th Avenue is a great microcosm. Broadway Street's organic changes that it's seeing. We're seeing a lot of those things happening. Even Ocean Boulevard, there's certainly a change in the mystique around Ocean Boulevard as a result of a lot of the work that's happening. We have 3 different implementation strategies that we're implementing around this. The short term is really to create a destination marketing plan around downtown itself and really looking at visiting residents and visitors to rediscover downtown. And that's part of a collaborative marketing model that I'll cover in just a moment. But also making sure that the events that we do are thematically coordinated. So we have an overall theme for downtown, the sunrise theme, which has really resonated well, but also the seasonal themes that also we have attached to to really start to drive some of the marketing around that. So Winter Wonderland was probably the biggest example of the collaborative marketing that we tested. And I think the test was actually quite well. I think this was the best year of Winter Wonderland we've had so far. The comments have been great from the community at large and from visitors alike. So we're pretty excited about where Winter Wonderland is. We'll be debriefing that in a couple of weeks and start the planning in February for the upcoming year. But we think it's a really great kind of winter kind of component that has really been really well coordinated with all the different players. On the near term, increasing vibrancy, it's actually something we can measure. We work with an organization called Town Center Associates. They do a 1 year, every year they'll come in and they'll actually evaluate the vibrancy of our community. We get a percentage score. Our current score is 42% for downtown. The goal would to get to be to 80%. It's not that we're halfway there. We've started off in the late, in the 30s, so now we're in the 40s, which is great. So you can expect about a 5 to 7% increase per year over time. But this is very much a coordinated effort with Devin Parks and the economic development strategy that he's putting together. And then the long-term implementation is increasing permanent residential base, which we certainly all know that we need in downtown to be able to create that permanent vibrancy that we're looking for. And then we're still kind of in this early stage here, working on clean and safe and events and that future glimpse in terms of this kind of trajectory that we believe that we'll be on for the years to come. To give some context around that, we've talked about this before, that the vision is on one side and all the relationships that we maintain on the other, and then how we kind of put our stakeholders into different groups to help us achieve some of the objectives that we're after. And so all of these components that you see as far as unifying the effort, this is really about the work that we are doing to coordinate with the other stakeholders to make sure we understand their goals and how we kind of plug them into the plan of downtown. So these are the ones that we have our hand in. There's certainly more things that are out there. But we are also working on some current activities as well. Design and guidelines, you've heard me talk about this at length over the last couple of updates that I've given. We've been working on this initiative for about a year, focusing heavily on downtown's theme and public art, branding and wayfinding, and then the architectural and lighting standards for downtown. This slide here really represents what we've learned in community input so far. These are the best rated things that we put out to the community in the 2 rounds that we've had so far of community round input, one in the spring and then one in the fall. The areas kind of rectangled out here on the top of the screen, those are the Arts and Innovation District colors. We've used the 3 that are asterisked as part of the color scheme. And then we've added a couple of other colors based on some work that we've been doing with the CVB and the Chamber and in terms of the marketing, saying if you added 2 more colors, you might actually have a full palette here to work with for all of downtown, and so we've added that. All of these things really resonated well with the community. The style you see there, we actually made a temporary sign and used a special event permit for Winter Wonderland to put it up to get some community input, and the feedback we got was great. And we have some ideas about what to change in terms of size of signs themselves, as well as the font styles, and what we can do to help accommodate not only drivers, but also walkers that are walking around as well. Kind of moving into here, we're kind of in this second iteration of the work that we're doing to kind of get to as close to final of a version of the design guidelines that we're working on right now. We'll be putting that back out to community input on January 30th, February 3rd and 4th. That's kind of our final, close to final community input, just as the last take of that. We are going to extend the branding and wayfinding a few more months as we continue to work with the Public Information Office and the branding effort of the city overall to make sure we don't lose something and that we are giving as much input as we can. But to that end here is that we're working with them. I'm actually on the selection committee with the city staff that's going to be selecting that particular company. I think we're meeting on Friday this week to discuss that, and then hopefully be working with the working committee that will be formed after that with other members of the stakeholders that we have in downtown to really work on a really great comprehensive marketing and brand for downtown and for Myrtle Beach. So we'll extend that due date based on that timeline. The overlay work will also extend that as well. We're really focusing heavy on downtown character, a macro level, kind of look at that, like what should be in certain areas, what shouldn't be in certain areas with respect to housing or commercial activity or mixed use. Being very heavy with the landowner and the building owner engagement as a part of that as well. And then looking at highest and best use at a macro level and parcel level. Then that will extend our overlay until about June or July as part of the work that we're working on. In our collaborative model, this is really about increasing foot traffic in downtown, but also creating that destination that we want folks to really kind of rediscover. Our methods is to create this participative model with respect to the businesses in terms of events and marketing as well. So kind of think the Marsh Walk model that you see when you see the advertising around that. You'll see a few businesses kind of advertise with the destination of the Marsh Walk. Similar to that, but not the additional part on the bill that exists in that particular model. Our model is really focusing on really two elements in terms of geography, and then two kind of components of that. The events on one side and marketing, and then the east side and west side. The needs are very different. That's what we've kind of ascertained in talking to the businesses. On the business side, on the east side of Kings Highway, the foot traffic is largely there. It's just the activity around the foot traffic is really what needs to be elevated in terms of an experience. And there's certainly areas that could probably use some more attention, and especially the area between the boardwalk. On the boardwalk between 8th and 9th is an area that we would like to focus on heavily in the upcoming year to see what we can do to kind of get folks moving across that 8th and 9th Avenue area. On the west side, that activity is about bringing foot traffic to the area to kind of rediscover what's happening in this transformation that's happening there. On the marketing side, really focusing on tourists on the east side and then focusing on local residents on the west side. And those are the really big differences between the marketing model that we're putting together. Any questions so far before I get into any of the proposed things that we're working on for the upcoming quarter?
Does anybody have anything?
So two things that we're going to be looking at for the upcoming year. Part of the strategy around this, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction. As far as expanded activities is looking at revenue sources in terms of grants and what can actually amplify downtown's experience overall. And part of that is making sure we understand that, but also what we can do to complement the work that's already happening from the downtown's perspective. So the first two plans that we're proposing to our board in February, the first one is a public art strategy for downtown, which encompasses a public art plan, as well as how do we bring other art organizations into downtown. And then the second strategy is a public education strategy or plan that we're putting together as well. These two plans are really about bringing institutional presence into downtown, which we believe is a best practice to actually revitalize. So having a strong education presence is a really important part to kind of quell the fear of investors and developers, as well as having other institutional presence like the Art Museum or Brook Green Gardens or Long Bay Symphony as other stakeholders in downtown as well. So our public art strategy, the focus of that is really focusing on visual arts, performing arts, and culinary arts, and having these very strong local brands that we have in the public realm itself, being culturally and historically significant. We had been talking with Stewart and the Historical History and Heritage Coalition as well in the Horry County Museum about creating a memory map that can be kind of coalesced with the different art that we would have in downtown as well to make sure that we are expressing the cultural and historical significance of downtown in a very meaningful way to our community. And then also working with the Cultural Resources Committee at great length. Tanya Gore in our office serves on that committee as well, so she's been a great addition to us in terms of being on that and understanding the goals of the Cultural Resources Committee as well. But we kind of see downtown as the canvas in terms of building streets and infrastructure and green spaces and how we kind of lay out public art into the future. We think this plan is about a 10-year plan to kind of see to fruition. Our board is reviewing that right now to make sure that we get some final input before we finalize that and present them that plan to our board in February. These routes that you see here, this is based on community input. A lot of our surrounding neighborhoods are very interested in being part of the plan and being connected to downtown. So we think that the trail network and using that to kind of emphasize the art and using the green spaces to have some gathering places that also utilize art are really important components of this. But there's also some other components, Witherswash and Witherswash Park. We did get a grant last year. It's a 3-year grant from the Knight Foundation to actually work on redesigning Witherswash Park itself and working with Janet Curry and Dustin Jordan with the city on Witherswash green side as well as the blue side to make sure that it's complemented together as we're going through the overlay work. In addition to that, the Cultural Arts Trail that I just mentioned, and then a Cultural Arts Center, which could be a conglomeration of buildings and maybe not just a singular building, but kind of bringing the Art Museum, Long Bay Symphony, and Brook Green Gardens together into a singular kind of effort from a fundraising perspective, but also from a grant writing perspective. And then Horry Georgetown Tech Culinary, there's a question mark there. That would be great to kind of complement out the culinary pieces that even Stuart mentioned before. To complement what we're trying to do from an artistic standpoint. This is really for education side, but this continuum of education is an important part, focusing on pre-K through university level. Really focusing on innovation, but I think you could add entrepreneurship or even education as a kind of a medium to kind of work with folks in this as well. So there's really some interesting opportunities to focus on education, to really support the Living Lab program that the city has put together, as well as some other things that could support entrepreneurship in downtown as well. Workforce development and talent recruitment are all big focuses of this institutional presence on the education side. Strong local brands, again, looking at exciting programs and really serving the underserved community with these programs as well. That seems to be a big component of revitalization efforts in other communities and can certainly serve us well here as well. Components of this could include the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club. There's already a partnership kind of building between the two already. Talked to David Bird about that already, about a pre-K program that could help serve the underserved, but also focusing on innovation is something that we would like to see. Maybe a charter or magnet school that serves K through 8, maybe K through 10, depending on the next step. Beyond that, in terms of education, a governor's school. We're actually looking at the requirements for that right now. Our committee is, anyway, on the planning side and really focusing on like what it will take to actually do that. And then looking at CCU and Horry Georgetown Tech on the innovation side to complement the work with CCU's theater already, because we think that those things complement one another. So the CCU theater is a really important part and a really exciting part because that's the initial education presence that we're likely going to have in downtown. And I think expanding beyond that into innovation and entrepreneurship could be really helpful. And then medical as well is the big question mark here. I think a medical presence in downtown could also help us in the future as well, whether that's linked through the YMCA or some of the other innovation things in biomedical engineering, I think could be very helpful in terms of building out this very diverse kind of economy that occurs in downtown. Any questions?
Any questions? Jason, have you talked with Chad Carlson on the governor's school?
I have. He and I
Okay.
have had a lot of conversations around that. He sent me an email that you had forwarded
Okay,
to him about the information that the governor's office would need, and we're collecting that information right now. So
Great.
And I'll
just
be
let us
having
know
more
if we can
conversations.
help.
I sure will.
Thank you
Thank you
so
very much.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, and now it's time for our fiscal year 2024 financial audit, and we have Dave DeCleva with us today from Smith Sapp.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good to be here with you this morning. I am pleased
Happy
to
year.
report to you today that we have issued an unmodified opinion on the city's financial statements. That's also known as a clean opinion. It means the amounts and the disclosures contained in the statements are fairly presented in all material respects. I'm also happy to report that our audit disclosed no material weaknesses in the city's internal control structure. We did, however, have one management letter comment this year. I'd just like to point out that management letters are critical by nature since they're intended to point out areas that can be improved. However, this finding should not obscure the many good points in the city's current internal control structure or the performance of its personnel. Our finding was that there were several grant receivables that were not properly recorded at year end. This finding is primarily due to a transition in personnel that were responsible for grant reporting and accounting previously. This is fairly typical when there's any type of transition. The receivables were identified and recorded in conjunction with the audit and have subsequently been collected by the city. Our recommendation is that the city personnel reconcile all grant revenues and expenditures on a monthly basis. We believe this will ensure that the receivables are recorded and requested in a timely manner. Based on conversations with city staff, the city has implemented procedures subsequent to year end that we believe will remedy this finding going forward. So I'd just like to conclude saying it was a pleasure working with all the city staff in completing our audit, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Don't really have a, go ahead, Greg.
I think we had a management letter last year about something about inventory, and you didn't mention it this year, so.
That is correct. We did another on-site observation, and everything was in good shape.
So you identified a problem and it got fixed.
Correct, and we anticipate the same thing this year as well.
Thank you.
In your opinion, we always hear that we're in a strong financial position, and you have done our audits for years. What would your professional opinion be about the city's financial position?
I believe the city is in strong financial condition, and it has been prudent in all of its finances for the time that we've been involved with them.
Thank you. Any comments, questions?
Thank you, Doug.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, we have a red dedication.
I was gonna do a little bit more in depth on the FY '24.
Oh, okay. We'll get to you in a minute.
I like how Dave spends hours, probably hundreds of hours doing the audit and then comes in here and speaks for 2 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. This morning I'd like to share with you those financial results for fiscal year '24. And I will start out by going over some highlights with you. At June 30th, 2024, the city's governmental funds reported combined fund balances of just under $199 million, an increase of over $40 million over the prior year. Now, the fund with the largest growth in fund balance was the Stormwater Fund, which was at $18 million, which makes up nearly half of the $40 million. At year-end, the city had over $231.5 million in outstanding bonds and notes payable obligations compared to $197 in the prior year. Additions to the debt were at $52.9 million, stormwater at $14.5 million, and water and sewer at $38.4 million. And we retired around $18 million in debt. Our governmental revenues, our property taxes are up by $5.5 million. Air Force Base TIF making up $1.5 million of that at 26%, and our ocean front at $703,000, making up 12.6% of that. Our stormwater fees had a 22% increase from the rate study, and that goes through 26, so we have one more year of that recommended increase. Our local option tourism tax is nearly flat, but keep in mind, this is still the second highest year of collections for that. Our business license growth was up 10.7% over 23, which was $8.5 million over budget. Our intergovernmental growth was up, and this was driven by grants for police, such as our in-car and body cams, and local aid from the state. Our miscellaneous growth is up, and that's due to our hotel ground lease payment, campgrounds, and our strong reserves coupled with interest rates, which were up over 132% from the prior year. Our general government expenditures. Our general government expenditures are down in comparison to FY '23, and that's due to the $6.8 million wind-up ordinance for the HRA catch-up. Our community and economic development are down, and that's due to the loan pool payoff in FY '23. And our transportation is up, and that's due to stormwater projects, capital outlay, that varies from year to year, but we had a lot of downtown development. To highlight some of our governmental funds, Our general fund, we'll start there first, our chief operating fund. At June 30th, the general fund balance was at $44.5 million, or 38.3% of recurring expenditures. General fund unassigned component was at $41 million. Our unassigned fund balance, according to the ACFR, represents 35.3% of recurring expenditures. Now, when we factor in our additional assignments, such as our encumbrances or miscellaneous reserves that are beyond our GAAP requirement, the adjusted unassigned fund balance is at $34.6 million, or 25.8% of recurring expenditures. Next, our air-based TIF fund. Total fund balance was at $27 million, an increase of $3.6 million over the prior year. Our property tax collections there grew 9.86%, which was an increase of $14.7 million in property tax revenues. Our annual surplus distribution of $6 million was declared. The city received $1.9 million of that. Taking a look at local option tourism fund, our total fund balance was $435,798, a decrease of $2.3 million from the prior year, and this is a result of our transfer to the capital projects fund. Our hospitality tax and fee fund had total fund balances of $44.8 million, an increase of $6.1 million from the prior year, and we continue to monitor the hospitality market for shifting consumption patterns. Our capital project funds, the total fund balance was at $34.7 million, a decrease of $3.7 million from the prior year. This decrease is a result of projects such as the city services renovations and Fire Station Number 3 expansion. In our debt service fund, total fund balance was at $2.3 million, a decrease of $1.2 million. And this decrease was actually planned, as a true debt service fund should only carry a balance that will be spent down in the first half of the following fiscal year. Now, taking a look at our general fund, our total revenues in the general fund are up overall by 13.6% over the prior year, from $123.5 million in '23 to $137 million in FY '24. Our property tax and business license came in strong. Our intergovernmental revenue is up, which entails our police and fire grants, such as body cameras and training reimbursements, along with local government aid. Our miscellaneous is up over the prior year. This is interest and campground leases that are driving that increase. Our transfers in were up for the year. Our other licenses and permits were down for the year. We know our building permits were down $1.4 million in '24. And our fines and forfeitures were down for the year. Now, when we look at our GASB 87, it's also down, and that is a required accounting entry. And this is what we use to record our rentals that are accounted for. We pull those out and record those as a liability, what used to be our copier fees and such. Our general fund expenditures. Overall, our total expenditures were at $123.9 million compared to $124 million, which is down less than 1% from last year. The biggest reason for this is in the general governmental expenditures for the supplemental funding for the $6.8 million HRRA catch-up in FY '23. And in the next couple of years, we will be completely caught up with that. Another area where it is down is in the capital outlay, and that fluctuates from year to year depending upon our needs, if we need a new fire truck or heavy equipment for the year. Other than that, the increases were in the areas that we expected them to be in. Our public safety makes up over 50% of our total expenditures. Our salary and benefits make up 73% of our expenditures. Transfers out are up. As you recall, we transferred in the wind-up ordinance $1.4 million over to capital projects for the city services renovations. Other types of transfers that we do here, We fund victims advocate, workforce housing, and we also moved the opioid over to a separate fund. Our tourism revenue fund highlights, our statewide accommodations tax collections decreased $600,000 or 4.1%. Our local accommodations tax collections were down $22,000 or 0.63%. Hospitality fee and tax collections were up $842,000 or 1.97%. And keep in mind, some of these have turned down a little, but we are still seeing historically high numbers here. Our enterprise funds, the city's net position from enterprise activities increased by over $1.4 million or 1.2%. Combined operating revenues for the business type funds increased by $2.5 million or 5.5%, while the operating expenses increased 8.3% or $3.9 million. Water and sewer decreased by $1.1 million. This is attributable to capital contributions, our impact and tap fees. Solid waste increased $2 million. Parking utility increased $492,000. So recap on that. Overall, the net position again increased by $1.4 million. With water and sewer, just like we talked about with our construction permits and how they were down in FY23, you can feel the same impact there from our contributions, like our impact and tap fees there, which is why the net position decreased in that fund. Our solid waste, we had a good year there. We had growth in revenue. The biggest contribution to that is the nearly $1 million that was transferred over for the new scale house, and we have not built that yet, but we anticipate it in FY25. In the parking fund, we had $492,000 increase, and this is due to the expanded parking season from November to February. I know that was quick. Any questions?
A lot of information. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a comment. Maybe it's a question too. Going back to the start of your presentation, where we talk about at year end, the city had 231 plus million in outstanding bonds and notes payable obligation compared to 197 from the last year. You pointed out where that came from.
Yes, sir.
And to me, those were have-to-do projects, right? Keep our city running.
Yes, sir.
Had we not funded by bonds, how would we have paid this? Would we had to increase taxes?
Those particular projects were projects that are funded with user fees. So you can imagine we would have had to significantly increase our water and sewer rates and our stormwater fees to cover the cost of those projects had we wanted to pay. We don't have $52 million cash on hand in between those two funds in order to do it. So you would have seen a significant rate increase. And what I'm talking about is 200 to 500%. Just depends on how quickly you want to get it covered.
And I guess that was the point that I was trying to make, is that we hear sometimes from our constituents, why is debt going up? And I think at the end of the day, when you look at this, I don't see any constituent saying, hey, look, increase my taxes so you don't have to bond something. I don't see any of our constituents saying, yeah, you know what, stormwater fee, triple it, I don't care. I don't want to see it bonded. So it's important that everyone understand it's a balancing act. Do you want to pay more here, or would you rather have basically our tourists coming through and everybody else helping and people buying our bonds because of our good position, I guess. Am I correct in that?
You are, and when we issue debt to that level, you will see a slight increase in your rates, but it's an increase that is spread out throughout the term. It's not a major hit at one time.
Right.
And you're right.
Okay. Thank you.
And Michelle, that's done, correct me if I'm wrong, so that the users of today are not paying for a project that is going to last for generations.
That's right,
It spreads it out
generational equity.
evenly.
Right.
Yep, that's exactly right. Those who are using the infrastructure are paying for it throughout the life of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Marla. Now it's Brian's turn.
And I will actually introduce this, and we will hear from staff, from Kelly, and likely from Doug and some folks in Public Works. The title on the agenda says road dedication acceptance, and that's certainly part of it. That's really where this conversation started. Road acceptance ended up only being a part of it. This came up in sort of a reality that when we go through a project approval process, staff will approve a project that contains certain roads, certain infrastructure. If it's a road that will be a public road, we don't ever accept that road. Council never takes action to accept that road until the end of the project and it's passed all of the things. Just practically speaking, that leaves a liability gap, a vulnerability gap there, where you have a developer spending millions and millions of dollars to build a road that we will eventually accept. If you all have a bad day, you could say, we're not going to accept that road, and then we're sort of stuck in sort of this middle ground of what do we now do with the road. So that's how the conversation started. The conversation then sort of evolved into looking at public roads versus private roads and the pros and cons of those. As we continue to see development increase, as we continue to scrutinize land use, we really wanted to go through a process of looking at our connectivity, looking at how we connect with, how our infrastructure interconnects, and started having conversations about what should a public road do, right? Should a public road only service a neighborhood, or should we require connectivity to other public streets so that we can increase connectivity? So that really sort of created the conversations, and really two things sort of bubbled up from that. One's going to be the conversation that Kelly's going to sort of lead us through, and the second one is this idea of bringing you an ordinance to basically allow us to approve or to accept roads that meet the public road standard, but we can commit to that on the front end instead of the back end, right? So, I mean, you all agree to a set standard of what a public road needs to accomplish and what standard a public road needs to be built to, and then we as staff can then accept that public road, assuming it meets those standards, if that makes sense. So we're sort of taking out that gap in the process of approving a road, and then at some point in the future, you all voting to accept a road. We've never brought you a road to accept that you turn down. So the likelihood of that ever happening is maybe slim, but there is a likelihood that could happen, and then we're sort of stuck in this quandary state. So that's one thing. Honestly, that's the easier thing. We'll turn it over to Kelly and let her talk about sort of the discussion and some specific recommendations that are coming from staff and through Planning Commission.
Good morning.
Like Brian said, one thing led to another in the conversations that we were having, and when we were contemplating, well, under what circumstances could City Council possibly not accept a road at the back end? What is a road that is good for the city, and what is a road that isn't good for the city? And let me start by saying that there are two different kinds of residential development. One is where a developer comes in and buys a piece of land and subdivides it into several parcels and sells each of those individual parcels with the house on it, so to speak. The other is where a developer will come in and buy a piece of land and not subdivide it, put a bunch of single-family houses or apartments or whatever they want to put on it, but it's all on one piece of land that is owned by eventually the homeowners association or the condo owners association, and they are responsible for the common areas in that property, including any roadways or driveways or anything that come in here. So what we're focusing on today is the first one, where you're actually subdividing the property, but I want to make it clear that we're not talking about that second one, okay? So, in regards to subdividing property, our subdivision regulations mandate, and I will contend for very good reason, that any new lot that is created in a subdivision has to abut a public road, which is where this public road issue starts to come in. A developer can't come in and subdivide up a bunch of properties and put in roads that are not public roads, because the new lots would not be touching a public road, all right? So that's the situation that we have now. There are a couple of exceptions to that public road rule that I can get into if you want to, but generally speaking, that is the rule. And what we have seen now, as you know, Myrtle Beach is running out of dirt. And so that we're seeing a lot of infill development where developers are coming in and buying smaller tracts of land and trying to get as many units, squeeze as many units onto that land as they can. And the easiest and most classic way to do that is with a cul-de-sac. If you don't have to divide off of the frontage road, if you can put in a little tiny stub of a road, you can divide off of that little stub of a road as long as it becomes a public street. And so staff has started questioning why it would be in the best interest of the city to continue accepting these tiny little dead-end roads for us to maintain forever at the city's expense, when all it's doing is serving those few houses that are built off of that cul-de-sac. And that conversation started leading to bigger conversations about responsible development. We're hearing a lot from the neighbors in our community about why are we trying to squeeze every single house that we can, as many units as we can, out of a small piece of land. Is that really responsible development? And we're also hearing about the trees. And when, as you'll see in a minute with an example I'm about to give, when you put in a road, you've got to take down the trees to build that road. And then you've got to take down the trees to build the houses and the footprints of those houses. Where you don't necessarily have that as often if you're not putting in these little itty-bitty cul-de-sacs. So I think that's everything that I wanted to say leading into an example that I'm about to show. But before I go into the example, I've got a couple of disclaimers. This is just one example out there in the city. Every property is different, the topography is different, the situation according to streets is different. So this is just one. I'm not going to say that what I'm going to show you would be the case everywhere, but generally speaking, you can get an idea of the difference between building off of the cul-de-sacs and building in a more traditional pattern. I will also add the disclaimer that I am not an engineer. The example I'm going to show is based on the zoning code and the minimum dimensions that are required for lots in the area that I'm going to show you. It may be off by a lot or two, not only depending on this example, but anywhere else in the city that you do. So look at this generally. First of all, the suggestion that staff has, obviously, is that we no longer allow dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs in our subdivision regulations. So you may recognize this neighborhood. This is Pine Lakes. And everything that is in yellow under the ordinance that we just suggested would be doable if we made a rule that said that you couldn't do cul-de-sacs anymore. But you can see that they're at the top of the screen. Well, my pointer isn't working on the screen, but towards the top of the screen you can see Sandy Miles Way, Addison Court, and Stableford Court, which were projects that came into this neighborhood with cul-de-sacs. You can see that how different the cul-de-sacs are from the rest of the way that Pine Lakes neighborhood was originally developed, with interconnected streets and all of the properties, the houses facing those interconnected streets. There were properties that developers came in, did infill development with the cul-de-sac. And you can see on Sandy Miles Way, they were able to develop 29 houses. On Addison Court, they were able to squeeze in 6 houses. And Stableford Court, they were able to get 7 houses off of these cul-de-sacs. Had they not done cul-de-sacs and had to do development the way that we are suggesting, they could have taken Sandy Miles Road and connected it to, Louise Drive, at both ends, so that they did not have dead-end cul-de-sacs. And they would have developed the other 2 courts directly off of Louise Drive and off of Calhoun Road, with more traditional lots, very similar to the other lots that are already in that neighborhood. And on Sandy Miles, they, roughly speaking, would have lost 1 lot. And between Addison Court and Stableford Court, they also would have, roughly speaking, lost 1 lot. Now, Planning Commission did have a public hearing on this idea, and they did hear from developers that 1 lot is a big deal. 1 lot can make or break whether or not the project is doable. And we don't doubt that that is true. If 1 lot can make or break a project, then we would contend that either their profit, their expectations of ROI are too high, or they're paying too much for the land. And the paying too much for the land goes back to the balance that you all are going to have to strike between the presentations that you just heard from both the Chamber and downtown about how we need to try to establish a workforce here and encourage a workforce to move here and to train the workforce that we have here. They are going to need a place to live. And of course, we want property values to increase over time. But we would contend that property values are increasing all over the country. Myrtle Beach is no different. If we continue to accelerate that at a rate that is unsustainable, then we are going to be in a situation like I was hearing about on the news this morning out in Utah, where the ski patrols are on strike because they are not being paid a wage high enough to be able to live where it is that they work. And if we continue to allow this cycle of exponential property values being supported by development that is squeezing every single piece of every single unit that they can out of every piece of property, then we're going to run into real sustainability issues there. So this is one tiny little solution. It is not the silver bullet, but it's something that we can do and we can do now. Planning Commission, like I said, held a public hearing on it and unanimously recommended approval. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Open it up to council for questions.
Kelly, just so I'm clear on this, in this example, had they done what you're showing now up here, these would be streets that the city is responsible for?
The ones that I'm showing you up on the screen now, the streets already exist and the city is responsible for them. There would have been no new streets, except for Sandy Miles Way, which would have been a new street that connected at both ends to Louise, and the city would have taken that over.
Okay. Moving forward, do you anticipate that there will be any other private roads or streets with any future development?
Yes.
There will be. Can you give me an example?
Just about everyone that we're seeing is coming in with, right now they're coming in mostly with private cul-de-sacs. If they had to divide off the road, I know that off the top of my head, we've had one down on down near Pinner Place on Pridgeon Road that they can get 20-some units if they went in with the cul-de-sac that they had proposed. they're going to get significantly less than that if they have to divide off of the public road. Or they, again, I'm not an engineer, there could be a way that they could go in and do a circular drive, a circular road like we're showing here, and get a little bit more than they could have if they subdivided off of the public road that exists now. Like I said, every situation is different. There is no doubt that a rule like this will reduce what developers can do with the property.
So are there current developments that have already completed, of which they are in preparation of trying to turn over their roads to us, that this would impact negatively?
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Anything that has been already approved by the Planning Commission would be grandfathered.
Okay.
It was approved under the current subdivision regulation.
Okay.
So this is new moving forward?
Correct.
I know engineers know that we're talking about this because they have talked to me about it. How'd you pick this one?
This was one of three examples that I showed the Planning Commission. Are you up on the screen?
I mean, I feel like that was a fine, at least Addison Court was a great road. That's where I live.
Okay.
Maybe this is a question for Brian. Yes, we have heard from some engineers. I've also heard from some realtors about this. And it is proven that houses on a cul-de-sac, in people's mind at least, and in real estate world, the streets are more safe, the property values are higher, it's quieter. How do you, if we allow this, how do you expect us to argue those facts or those points?
Well, there's two pieces to that. I would say if you have a house that's already on a cul-de-sac, you still have your house on the cul-de-sac, and maybe the property appreciates at an even greater rate because there's not going to be any more cul-de-sacs.
So we don't have to tear down my house and
You're not,
redo it.
yeah, and to Kelly's point and to the question asked earlier, this is a new design standard going forward, right? So it's going forward. And again, that's why we're having this conversation with you now, is it's gone through Planning Commission. We know there's gonna be some reverberations through the development community that have a concern with this. This is a policy decision on what direction do we want to go as a city. And so ultimately, you all make that decision. And to Kelly's point, and to Kelly's admission, there's gonna be a development impact when this passes. Whether it's a single house or whether it's 2 or 3 houses per development, there's gonna be lower yield on the property. Now, to your specific question about do houses on the cul-de-sac bring a premium? They probably do, but at what cost to the municipality that's having to service that road, right? Does the cost of that individual unit at the end of the cul-de-sac create a positive benefit to the city and to the greater community because it's on the cul-de-sac? So, I mean, that's sort of a coin toss as to which direction you all decide to go on that.
Well, Kelly, I can't speak to Sandy Miles Way, but on Addison Court and Stableford Court, you said that they would likely get one less lot in this plan.
Yes.
But they wouldn't have to build a road. They wouldn't have to build 2 roads.
Correct.
They wouldn't have to put the storm drainage in. There is between Addison and Stableford, there is a storm drainage pond that's owned by the homeowners. Where would that go? Just like in the back?
Yeah. Again, I'm not an engineer, but if there was room for it one way, there's room for it the other way.
But as it stands right now, they don't have to do anything because they're grandfathered in.
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So we're talking about future.
I'm just imagining.
Oh, I understand.
Councilman Smith, back to your question of why did we pick this? Because Sandy Miles Way is one of those roads that was approved at the Public Works area, but it has not yet been, we have not yet taken it into our system. So this was one of the conversations with some inspections that we went, there's an exposure here to the developers that you all can decide today, when we do bring you Sandy Miles to accept, you may say, we don't want that road. Well, then that developer's got to, I mean, he has no recourse. He's built a road to a certain standard, and you all decided. So that's how we came and settled on this. It just so happens that as we looked at Sandy Miles, we also, well, there's a cul-de-sac, and there's a cul-de-sac, and both of them are newer developments, and that's how this conversation just sort of evolved.
I don't think we've mentioned this, but it's also a lot more efficient for city services if it's not a cul-de-sac. If the trash truck and the recycling truck just came down Louise Drive and got all of our trash, instead of coming into my cul-de-sac, and going into one corner of it and then backing up and then going around.
And for fire as well.
For fire trucks. I don't know if a fire truck's ever been down my cul-de-sac, but I imagine it would be similar. I hope, I hope they don't. But if they went to Sandy Miles Way on the way that is drawn out, they could just go around it.
And, you know, and candidly, in all of our conversations, and back to the point that's already been made, we're not undoing what's already been done. We're just giving the engineers and we're giving the design community a new standard that they have to adhere to. And they're creative, smart people. They will figure out how to develop a property in a way. And I think as they continue to think through this, they will realize, oh yeah, we don't have to build a road. You know,
And they already have a lot of standards that they have to design to.
Right, they are, yes. This is a very small one in the grand context.
Are there examples of other municipalities who have done this?
We haven't seen any. We can look at history, and particularly the history of our community, and if you look at the older neighborhoods like Pine Lakes and the Dunes Club, and even the neighborhoods like in the Golden Mile, they are all built like this. The cul-de-sac is a new, relatively new development tool in the past 30, 40 years that is used to squeeze as much density out of the land as can be squeezed.
Dunes Club has a fair number of cul-de-sacs.
Yes.
Say that again?
The Dunes Club has a fair number of cul-de-sacs.
Okay.
I grew up on one. And now I live on one.
I think the key is just gonna be making sure we get the word out there and the right information out there so everybody understand what we're trying to do.
And to Councilman Smith's first comment, they are aware.
Yeah.
Again, this has already made it through Planning Commission. We've already discussed it publicly at Planning Commissions. I mean, the conversation's there, and the upside is the development community in Myrtle Beach in particular is a fairly small group of companies. So I mean, the developers and the engineers and the architects that do as much of the business here as they do. I mean, it's a small number of people. So the word will spread.
And tell us about, you were talking about there are currently private driveways, private cul-de-sacs going in places.
When it comes to subdivisions, there are two exceptions to the rule. One is federally owned property, which in my lifetime I don't ever remember us subdividing in Myrtle Beach. I'm sure we have in the past. The other is the Grand Dunes PUD. The Grand Dunes PUD has a clause in the PUD itself that allows you to subdivide off of private streets.
What we have, and she mentioned another particular case that elevated this conversation, and that is a piece of property along Pridgeon that is a very linear piece of property that we've had a couple of different plans presented to us that was just a long linear, a long straight street with a cul-de-sac at the very end, and they were dividing it up as much as they could. For a lot of reasons, that doesn't work. Where that road would come into Pridgeon is a public works issue, is a site issue. Having a street that is that long with no other way out there were a lot of other issues with that plan, but that's one of the ones we said we can't make that a public street. Well, they said, well, fine, we'll just make it a private street. And then we said, we can't make it a private street because you can't subdivide off of a private street. So there were just, that's again, one of the examples that we sort of looked at each other and went, okay, well, between planning's process and rules and public works process and rules, we've got a conflict that we need to we need to clean up, and this is one of the ways to clean that up. But developers are a creative bunch. If they can figure out how to do something, they will figure out how to do something, and so we just, I think this just sort of clearly delineates and defines the rules.
Will this apply to mixed-use developments?
Would apply to anything.
It would apply to anything that was a subdivision, where you're actually subdividing the dirt.
But again, going into the design of that development, if that engineer and that architect knows that I need to create maximum connectivity instead of maximum density, they will be able to design for that. I would make the argument that the end product is likely to be better than the prior. So I think there may be a density trade-off, but I think the price per unit is probably, you'll just have a more natural feeling development.
Well, and you can see in the example on the screen, the lots that you could have done had you subdivided off of Louise are bigger lots than you got off of the cul-de-sac. So that's going to affect the value of the unit as well.
I seen several mixed-use developments in other cities that have very attractively used cul-de-sacs. I'm on the fence on this one and would like to talk to you outside of here about that. I think we also have some older cul-de-sacs in the city that have issues that need to be addressed. I'm just not sure I'm on board with this right now.
And that's fine, and that's why we're having this conversation at workshop instead of bringing it directly to council, is to talk through that. And to Kelly's point, and every situation is different. Every piece of property is unique, and the development strategy for every piece of property is unique. So there could be examples where a cul-de-sac is the only thing that makes sense. There's probably few of those. The mixed-use example, we can certainly explore that. I think there are alternative ways to design a project without using cul-de-sacs that still create density and good return on investment.
And that's my concern, is that if we do this, if we vote to adopt this, then we have put it out there as a blanket, this is what we're doing, we will not allow this, and there may be some future developments that come to us where it actually does make sense and could actually enhance the project to have a cul-de-sac. So that's where my concern is.
And we can talk through that to whatever degree you all want to, and we can figure out the nuances and go from there.
Okay. Thank you.
Just one other thing, sorry, Kelly. To help clarify my thinking, on existing neighborhoods, they would be grandfathered in, correct? Okay. What if I bought a piece of property last year, and my vision was to put up homes or apartments or whatever it might be. And part of my vision was because I could get more out of using some cul-de-sacs than I could with the streets. But I haven't really applied for any permits. I haven't done anything. Is this going to impact me?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, okay.
If we adopt it, yes.
Yeah, if we
Yeah,
adopt
well,
it,
no,
yes.
if we do. But like you said, I mean, the mayor has some concerns. Maybe some of us also have different concerns. So that's why collaboratively, we need to talk this out.
So what I would ask us to do to help staff is for you all to communicate either in person or email or what have you. If there are specific questions, specific current concerns that we can try to work through before this comes to you, again, whether it's one-on-one meetings, whether it's meetings with planning staff or public works staff, whatever that is, please just reach out and sort of talk through your concerns with us so that we can figure out, number one, can we overcome those and address those, or number two, do we just need to table this? So we would just ask for some feedback from you as we sort of work through that.
It sounded like one of the key reasons you were looking at this because it was access only to those homeowners. And I think the mayor brings up a really good point of mixed-use development where it's not just access for particular homeowners, but people having access to businesses.
Well, if the mixed-use piece of the puzzle is one of the hangups, as a staff, we can sort of figure out and look at it specifically under that lens and see what we think the greater impact would be to a brand-new mixed-use development and look at it from that specific angle and see what we sort of come up with.
But this also says that the road can come back and connect to itself. So, like, instead of just going and being a cul-de-sac at the top, if it could go and loop around and come back to itself, it would still only have one entrance on the old public right-of-way, but it looped around. That's not a cul-de-sac, is that correct?
That is correct, and that's a change that the Planning Commission made to what was originally presented to them by staff, sort of as a compromise. They felt like if the property was big enough to create a loop like that, then you were getting enough houses on that loop in order to make it worth the city's while to maintain the road.
I would be interested too, Mr. Chestnut brought up a great point. No matter what we do, we need to make sure that we're consistent in telling people about it. And you said, hey, they already know about it, but just, where we're coming from and why we're doing it. And then it was pointed out that okay, you have a cul-de-sac, and I don't know how many homes. You could put 9 in there, right? And so if you do standard street, you're going to have 8. But what are the other benefits that you achieve in terms of the infrastructure that needs to be put in, as you talk about fire, public works issues, that type of thing, that quite possibly would save the developer enough money that it would offset any of their fears about the return on investment?
Fair point. Go back to the statement that every property is different, right? And so I don't think there's a way for us to clearly articulate the advantages of every single project when every single project is unique and different. We can certainly create a bucket of things. You may not have to put in as much infrastructure. You may be able to create. So it's those things, but
And that's what I'm talking
so
about.
we can do that. If we get to that point, we can do that.
Okay, so we will all get with you on our individual questions, concerns. I think everyone needs a little break.
Thank you.
We will take a 10 to 15-minute break before we get to the accommodations tax grants. All right, we are back on and live. So let's get back on our agenda, and the next agenda item is the discussion on the 24-25 accommodations tax grants. And Courtney is going to lead us through this discussion.
Well, before Courtney, as they come up the sheet, and Courtney does, comes up to the mic and leads you through the conversation. The committee has met, and what you have before you, I put it in front of your dais, and it's on the screen, is the spreadsheet of the committee's recommendations in several past years of the grant awards the city council has awarded to these groups. You'll see the request column, you'll see the committee's recommendation column, then you'll see staff recommendation column. And that recommendation column is stuff that our staff came back after we've heard from you and made maybe a couple tweaks to the committee's recommendation based on that. At this point, we are continuing with our practices we started last year, where we're not bringing the committee, all these groups in front of you. We tried that last year for the first time, and it went okay. But we'll certainly follow your lead on that. And that's really all I have to say to open it up.
And I tell you what, before Courtney starts, Michelle, for the purpose of the public, the first page with the estimated revenues, the expenditures, and the different pots of funds. Would you explain how these revenues are collected and how these different funds are established and why, please?
Certainly.
Thank you.
So the state of South Carolina collects 5% tax on all short-term rentals. And then they turn around and they distribute that to the counties and municipalities where they are collected. They also dictate exactly how those revenues are to be spent by those counties and municipalities. It's actually section 64-10 of the state code that breaks out how the money is spent. Start off with the first $25,000 of collections will go to the city of Myrtle Beach. That's typically for administration. After that $25,000, an additional 5% comes to the city of Myrtle Beach, again for administration and other incidentals associated with handling the accommodations tax. Jimmy Gray, when he was up here from the chamber, he talked about advocating for the city of Myrtle Beach to get for a proviso to be renewed. Okay, that proviso had to do with the part of the statute that dictates that 30% of the collections of accommodations tax go to the chamber. So traditionally, 30% after the first $25,000 would go to the Chamber of Commerce. Back in 2019, a proviso was passed by the state that allowed for the city to have 50% of that, or 15% of the 30, come back to help support public safety. So your two line items for $2,096,250 represent that 30%, half of which comes to the city and half goes to the chamber for out-of-market advertising and tourism promotion. The remaining funds, what we'll call the 65% funds, can be used for tourism expenditures. Now, those funds are the funds from which we allocate these grants that we put before you today, and also fund certain grant applications for the city, which would be like our beach renourishment, ocean outfalls, public safety, fire and emergency, and special events promotions, those sort of things. Those applications are going to be covered here in the spreadsheet that Courtney will discuss with you today.
All right. Any questions for Michelle? Thank you.
How are you?
Good morning.
So this year we collected 37 outside agency applications for accommodations tax. 37 total. 5 of those are city applications. 32 are from outside organizations. And this year we have 1 new application that we have not heard before. That organization is People Over Profit Lloyd Foundation. They bring male youth to the area. It looks like the attendees are less than about 100 for a leadership conference. The last 2 years, that event was held outside of the city limits, but the event organizer this year is intending to have that event inside the city, but at this point has not provided the location of where that will be. But the additional 31 applicants are all from previous years.
Okay, so are you saying people over profit? I'm sorry, did you say you have not heard from them?
We do not have a standing location as of yet. I spoke with her last week, and she is still working to secure that.
In the application, it said Crown the Reef.
She has not secured it yet. When I spoke with her,
That's just,
that was the intent.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
So-
Make sure I'm clear on this. The staff recommendation for them, is that going to be contingent upon them actually being in the city of Myrtle Beach?
Yes, sir. We had, and as I did last year, any applicant that received funds, if we do not have an event for them in the year in which the funds were received, we do collect them back. So if it is awarded to her and she does not have the event, we will collect it back.
Okay, just
Yes, sir.
A question, how successful have we been collecting the money back?
Since I started, I was successful in the one that did not have her event last year.
So I was wondering, with the new information that we required from the organizations, were we able to close the loop this year with their expenditures? Or is that happening this year where they provided basically receipts for all of their expenditures based on what they said they were spending our money on?
So we will cycle close this year, and I will be requesting all of that this year.
Okay, but we did with their applications, make sure that they were audited, that type of thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and no problems collecting all that information?
No,
from
ma'am,
those
not at
groups?
all.
Fantastic, thank you.
One of the questions I have, Courtney, and I don't know if you can answer this or not, and this is because of something that happened on a state level last year where some money was designated to an organization, and then they found out that that nonprofit was not in good standing with the Secretary of State. So many of these organizations are nonprofits. Does the ATAX committee or do we verify that they are in good standing with the Secretary of State before we give them funds?
We don't typically, we just require that they provide the certificate. If council wishes for us to do that, we can. Our main concern is that the event that they are holding occurs in the manner that it is presented to occur, because it is meant to attract tourism to the area. Not necessarily whether or not they are definitely a nonprofit, but they just need to make sure that they have the event that they say they're going to have, and that is, up to our standards.
But some of these aren't events. Some of these are organizations that provide services to our community year-round.
You mean like the cultural arts community? Those would be the only ones that really provide services for year-round, because anything in this ATAC application is going to be for an event. Other than something, say, that the Children's Museum or the Arts Museum.
I just would hate to see us give money to something and then it comes out that we allocated money to an organization that is not in good standing.
We can certainly have, Courtney can follow up on that.
You know what the reasoning was with the committee to not give anything to Jeep Jam, Food Truck Festival, the ones that we have typically given to?
Yes, ma'am. They believe that those organizations should be self-sustaining at this point. So you will see that some of the committee recommendations reduced funding or took them to nothing at all. And that was their opinion that these organizations and events should be self-sustaining.
And it's council's discretion to change any of these. But some of us were talking about, and looking at the hotel rooms, and when we talk about tourism and putting heads in beds, Beach Ball Classic, I looked at the TV coverage of that this year. I didn't personally go, so this is just what I saw on TV. Did not look like there were people in the stands. And I looked at the number of hotel rooms they say they fill for that time period. And I understand that this is revenue to the convention center. It would help if we know how much revenue it creates for the convention center versus what we're giving them. And I would argue that Jeep Jam brings a lot of people out of town and is a great event that is an attraction for this entire area.
That was the conversation that Fox, Michelle, and Marla have had.
And last year, we gave them 5,000, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what's in the staff recommendation for the Jeep Jam and the Food Truck Festival was 5,000 that you gave them last year.
Okay, so when you all discussed it, were you thinking that we should continue with that 5,000?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I agree with that.
And I support those. I was at the Beach Ball Classic for 2 days. But at the same time, I think that at this time of the year and I think there's a lot of tournaments and stuff going on that competes with them. But at the same time, I'm not willing to, or not ready to cut them completely out or cut them back more than what we've been doing in the past. I think we ought to be trying to help some of these organizations compete with other events also that are outside the city to bring people inside the city. That's my take.
I agree with that.
So Mike, they've been cut, they got $15,000 last year, they've been cut down to 10. Are you saying keep it at that $5,000 cut or
No, no.
reduce it even more?
That was the baseball at the beach. Mike, I think he's talking about Beach Ball Classic.
Okay,
I
Beach Ball
was
Classic,
speaking
sorry.
Beach Ball Classic.
They got
yeah.
cut 5,000. You want to cut it more than that?
No. Baseball at the beach? No, I don't.
No, Beach Ball Classic, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at staff recommendation. I'm fine with the 25,000.
And that's what the committee recommended as well as the 25, if I'm reading that correctly.
No, the
It looks like the
committee
committee recommended 20.
20.
All right,
And
cataracts is
staff
acting up.
recommended 25.
You only got that excuse for so much longer.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm
He'll
fine
be
with-
better after this week.
We're looking at 25, the recommendation is 25,000, is that correct?
No,
No.
no.
Well, the
Beach
staff
Ball
recommendation-
Classic
recommendation.
is item
Staff
number
recommendation
2.
is 25,000.
Staff's recommendation is 25.
I like the
correct.
staff.
I do too.
And that's what it was at last year that you guys awarded them in '24.
But I also think we ought to give Beach Ball Classic now. I see the committee recommended 10 and, excuse me, not Beach Ball Classic, baseball at the beach. What did they get last year?
15.
15.
They got 10 the 2 previous years.
Okay. All right. Well, staff recommended 10 too. Okay. And the committee's recommended 10. Okay.
Okay, does anybody else have any other suggestions, questions? Now's the time to discuss this before we vote on it.
On number 4, the Carolina Master Chorale, the committee recommends 30, staff recommends 30. Over the past couple of years, I've gotten to know them a little bit better, and that while they do create some revenue from themselves through various means, they also do some charity work, where the people go out, they don't charge for it, they're driving their own cars at their expense and everything else. I would It's not much, but it might go a long way to help them cover some of those costs. I would like to see that raised to 35,000 versus the 30.
Let's say that they asked
The
for
reason I
30.
wouldn't support
They
Giving
asked
them
for
everything
30.
they asked for.
I know, because that's what they figured would be the max they could get. But I see some of the stuff that they do that they just do. They volunteer. I think it'd go a long way to help cover some of those costs. So I'd like to see it raised to 35.
I'm not going to support that because they asked for 30. I think if they want 35, they'll come back next year and ask for 35. Especially in looking at a lot of these other organizations that are not getting anything near what they ask for, and some that provide services every single day. So I'm going to, this is just me, but I'm not going to support an extra 5,000 for them. They're a great organization. I love what they do, but they asked for 30.
I understand. I still think we ought to give them 5, but will of council.
I think 30 is a lot for them.
Anyone else have comment about Carolina Master Chorale? Yes, no?
I would say keep it at what the recommended, committee recommendation and staff recommendation myself. I do have a question about the people over profit. So they've never had an event before?
This will be their third year.
Third year?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it?
The first year was at Asher Theater, Walkmall Pottery, and last year was at Freewood Farms.
Okay. And what was their attendance? For
I believe the first year was less than 60, and I believe last year was less than 70. So both years has been less than 100.
So they're bringing the students here, not necessarily the students and their families.
That's correct.
I think they're, I mean, just from what I know about them, last year the event was at Asher last year.
Okay, then I have it
The
backwards.
first year was at Freewood
Okay.
Farms, and
But they have had events prior to?
they've had an
Okay.
event before. I didn't attend it, but I think their families are coming too. It's not
It's
just,
male youth, so I would suspect that the families are here also. That was just not highlighted in her, so I don't know if they're busing them in or if their families are here.
Trying to find their page to see how many hotel rooms they said.
So her application,
Here it
she
is.
has like exhibits in the back.
it's not,
It says 50 room nights generated.
yeah, but it says 100 people attended,
Yeah.
and that's not.
Yes, last year was at Asher and the year before was at Freewood Farms.
Yeah.
That one had stuck out to me because it felt like it was just, they're bringing in
Her and I have had
these
plenty of.
kids. They're not
we've-
necessarily attracting other people to come.
I agree, yes, ma'am.
But she's supposed to get back to you with some more information, is that what you're
Yes, sir,
saying?
we spoke last week.
Okay.
Do you want to make a recommendation about that one?
Yeah, that just, and I'm just not familiar with the organization, but based on the application, it felt like it didn't fit what we are trying to do with this money.
I
So
would agree
I
with you
would
on that.
recommend that we not fund that.
Okay.
I would agree with that also. It's clearly based on the application.
Well, the only thing I would say is that, you know, again, not trying to prolong our meetings and have everybody come here, but if you know, we asked the committee to meet with these groups, and if they're gonna provide some more information, maybe she can provide some more information before we actually have a vote, my understanding from the manager is we're gonna recommend 2,000, and if they don't do, or if they don't come up with the rest of the information, then we're not gonna give them the 2,000.
So you want to wait until,
I
see
think
if they
we
get
ought
their,
to wait and see what they,
see if they get paperwork in before
Yeah.
the meeting.
before we put the cart before the horse.
In our conversations, she has stated, and I don't think that she's relying completely on our funds to secure the
No.
the venue, but and that was part of our conversation last week, is that she was, am I getting funding so that I can do this? So I don't know if she's completely relying on it. I mean, I know her ask was far more than the recommendation.
Well, a budget is saying 36,000,
And I believe she asked for, what, 20?
you can ask, and
Let me ask a question. Shouldn't, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but shouldn't all the applications already be turned in and completed by now?
Yes, sir. But this is for, her event would have been for sometime in 2025. I believe it's slated for August of 25, and she has not secured an event yet. I believe in the ATAX meetings before the committee, she stated that everything that she's done in the past has been funded by herself. So I do believe that a lot of what she's doing is coming out of her own pocket.
But what I'm asking is, the folks on this list,
Mm-hmm.
help me make sure I'm saying this right. All these applications that should have already been submitted and completed.
Her application is submitted.
But it's not complete.
It's not completed with a location.
Okay.
heard you
I
come in when you
believe
do
it was last year that we did say that with this new application, that if it was not completed at the time that it comes to us, that we would not fund it.
That's the reason I'm asking that. And it has nothing to do with $2,000 to give to these folks. It's really not it's not the dollar amount here to me. What with me is we set a standard, and we set that this is what we're going to do and this is what we're going to accept. And if this isn't done, and your application is not complete and been received by the committee, then we're not going to fund it. Is that what, my understanding what we said?
That's what we said.
And if we make the exception, then we've opened up Pandora's box
That's where
again.
I'm at. And I would feel the same way if it was the South Atlantic Shrine Association or Omar or football or any of them. I'd feel the same way.
So no funding?
I'm just,
I think we should stick with what we said last year.
So we're gonna zero out the 2,000 that staff is recommending. Is that what we're saying?
Well, that's what 3 of us are saying.
No, I mean, if we stick to what we say, then that's what we're gonna do, and, I mean, I heard you coming when you drove up, but.
I'll say this.
I got you.
If the Arts Museum or any of them, anyone on this list, that their application isn't complete and been completed by the committee, if there's another one on this list, they shouldn't be funded either. And that's my question. Are there any more on this list that their applications are not complete?
No, sir.
Okay.
All right, so is everyone good with all of staff's recommendations other than people over profit?
I'm good.
And are we ready for this to come to us to officially vote on?
Yes.
I'm good.
Mayor, let me just ask, and, Michelle, you might remember, I've always had in the back of my mind where, I don't remember if it was a legal opinion, Will or saying that this, $700 and some $1,000, the city really could justify sweeping all this money to provide services on the beach and stuff like that that are more tourist related.
You
So,
could.
yeah, so I just want to make it clear that, so people don't look at it like, hey, y'all not taking the money and doing what you're supposed to be doing with it.
Yeah, it's for tourism promotion. City council, I believe, would have the ability, because of our market, to take every penny of the accommodation tax and use it for tourism-related services like beach patrol and,
Right.
and things, beach renourishment. That's your
I
choice.
can
That is your
assure you,
discretion.
Mike Louder's on this council, I'm never gonna support that.
I'm just saying, but that's, you have, that could happen.
I'm not saying we, we do that. I'm just
Yeah,
saying that
I
I
understand.
think it's out of the will of council or the goodwill of council to give back to these organizations that are providing things in our city and helping bring people to the city. That's why we keep funding these things. But I just want to make it clear that people don't think that, hey, you're taking this money from these groups. When the city could take all the money if you wanted to and use it for those services.
Correct.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thank you.
Thanks, Courtney.
You'll plan on putting this motion in front of you next Tuesday.
Okay, now the fun begins. We have 7 executive session items today.
I thought we had 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 7.
All in favor?
So, I will go through them. We have motions to go into executive session. 1, to discuss negotiations concerning contractual arrangements involving the Myrtle Beach Pelicans. 2, to discuss contractual negotiation with Myrtle Beach National and Sea Captain's House Development regarding lease of parking spaces in exchange for construction of new parking spaces. 3, to receive legal advice regarding amendment to the city's rental conveyance franchise agreement. 4, to receive interpretation of ordinances within Chapter 15 of the Municipal Code and to discuss negotiations concerning proposed contractual arrangements with the oceanfront developer relating to the 23rd Avenue PUD. 5, to receive legal advice relating to potential litigation involving the short-term rental overlay zone and Sandcastle. 6, to discuss contractual negotiations regarding development of recreation facility on city-owned property adjacent to Whispering Pines. I will be recusing myself from that discussion because my husband represents one of those parties. And 7, to receive legal advice relating to the transmission of water through the city's existing transmission mains and the replacement of those lines. The 7th executive session item, we will invite Janet Curry and Dan Baines to join us, as well as all of the other executive session items. We will invite Fox Simons, Will Bryan, Brian Tucker, Josh Bruger, Michelle Schumpert, Marla Bell, Patrick Lloyd, and Amy Newshafer. Is there a motion to go into these executive sessions?
Mayor, I will have to recuse myself on item 7.
Okay.
Please.
So moved. To go into executive session.
Okay,
Do
motion.
7 first?
Yes.
Pardon?
Please.
Let's do number 7 first.
Okay. We have a motion from Ms. Connor, second from Mr. McClure.
Yes.
Any discussion from council? Any discussion from the public? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries, and we will do number 7 first. So Janet Curry, yes, we will stay in this room. So Janet, if you and Dan would join us in here, please.
thumbs up.
Motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. See everybody Tuesday at our meeting.
We got another meeting? Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. In 30 minutes.
I haven't seen you guys in so long.